fragmentation and undervaluing of their contribution. That is why steps taken by our Labour government matter. The first cross-party roundtable in the Independent Commission of Social Care, a commitment to build a national care service, and the creation of adult social negotiating body, a fair pay agreement that can truly be a game changer for the sector. This is progress and shows what can happen when we choose hope over division and when the government listens to those on the front line. But conference, we must go further. Vacancies in adult social care have risen to 131,000. Recruitment is collapsing, retention is collapsing. We cannot build a national care service unless we value those and protect the people who make it possible. It means recognising the role of migrant workers who have kept the vital services running. It means rejecting scapegoating, and it means ensuring that migration rules do not make the bad situation worse. We cannot afford to drive away the very people who hold the system together. Conference, there is a different way. We can choose to say, if you leave your family to care for ours, this country will care for you. If you bring your labour, your love, your life into our communities, you will not live in fear. In Labour's Britain, the route to settlement will be fair, humane and just. And we can choose to say the care workers, all care workers, deserve dignity, they deserve security, and they deserve the power to stand up to bad employers without looking over their shoulders. Because this is not just about social care. This is about what we stand for as people. It is about principle. It's about values. And it's about the kind of nation we want to be. Do we want to be a nation that tears down the very people who hold us together? Or do we want to be a nation that honours their work, rewards their compassion and lifts them up? I say it must be the latter. So, conference, let's rise to the challenge. Let's say loudly and without apology, dignity in social care is not an optional, it's essential. Funding, respect and protection, not tomorrow but today. Britain is a nation that stands tall because it refuses to push down people who we all depend on. Let's stand for fairness, let's stand for dignity and let's stand for social care. I move.
Chair, Conference, Joe Pitchford, GMB, seconding Composite 13 on staffing and adult social care. Conference, I want to share a story from one of our members who told me about a carer in their mum's care home who had left her own family in India to do this very demanding job on the same low pay as every other care worker. But now she is being told to leave. So when we talk about care visas and migrants, let's remember no worker is a problem. It's the broken care system after years of Tory austerity and privatisation that's the problem. We have a staffing vacancy black hole of more than 131,000 carers, and pay is still just pennies above the minimum wage. Two-thirds of care workers have told GMP they cannot continue working until retirement, because inadequate and vague guidance on staffing levels without ratios leaves overworked and underpaid carers suffering attacks, fatigue and physical injury. For the UK not to have legal, safe staffing levels in care is scandalous. It's a dereliction of duty to both care workers and our loved ones they care for. But for us to match the safe staffing levels in other countries, like Japan, we need more than 350,000 new care workers. This will never happen unless we provide central public funding to allow Labour's fair pay agreement in social care to raise care worker wages above poverty levels. Conference, stand with social care workers no matter where they come from. Support this composite. I second.
Morning. morning, Chair Conference, Linda Hobson, moving Composite Motion 11 on behalf of Unison. Conference, we all want the Make Work Pay agenda to be a success. In some areas, great progress is being made, but other parts need much more attention from the government. In particular, the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation. This is more than a slogan, more than an election promise. Bringing public services back in-house where they belong has wide appeal across the electorate. But Conference, what we cannot afford is services going the other way. Regrettably, outsourcing is still happening in many parts of our public services. In recent months, Unison has been involved in a series of campaigns against subsidiary companies in the NHS, a subject very close to the members I work alongside and represent back at home. Subcos are a vehicle for the NHS Trust to exploit a VAT loophole and to cut back on staff pay and terms and conditions. In March this year, NHS England began a new push for subcos. Desperate trusts once again expected to set them up, push staff into them, predominantly low-paid women and black workers. But Conference, there is power in our union. The response from health workers has been phenomenal. Campaigns fought in various parts of England. So, Conference, I want to pay particular tribute to members of my union in Dorset who stood up to the managers of their trusts last Wednesday when they voted a massive 94% in favour of strike action. A clear rejection of this policy. In Conference, it is good to report that we have made ministers listen. Because this government has responded. On Friday, at the prompting of the Health Secretary, NHS England wrote to NHS Trust stating that all subco plans must be put on hold and they can only go ahead in the future if there is staff approval. Of course, Unison will not stop criticising subco plans and we will continue to campaign against them in the future, but this is an important change from government, one that recognises the views of Unison and other unions and is one we can welcome. The challenge now for workers, for unions and for those who want to see our NHS remain public is to ensure that trusts follow the latest guidance and also put a stop to the more conventional privatisation. Conference, we are fully aware of the struggles in the NHS and understand the state of our public services were left by the Tories, but health workers will not accept outsourcing. The time has come for the government to come good on its promises and deliver that insourcing commitment. I move. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Fazana Jummer, GMB, seconding this composite. This motion is about something that should not be happening anywhere, and especially not in our NHS, and that is a two-tier workforce. Labour has rightly promised to reinstate and strengthen the two-tier workforce code of not being treated less favourably, so that workers' pay, terms and conditions are protected if they are outsourced. But some employers are yet to get that message. AGH Solutions is one of those. They are wholly owned by Airedale Hospital NHS Trust, and their workers are GMB members, and these are the people that keep the hospital running. But AGH deny these porters, cleaners and caterers the terms and conditions of the NHS staff that they work alongside. And unfortunately, it's always the low-paid workers who get treated like this. It's unfair and exploitative. If you can run a hospital, you can afford to pay your staff fairly and equally. Outsourcing and two-tier systems are no way to run public services. It hurts morale, creates division within the workforce and tells hard-working people they do not matter. So from tomorrow, our GMB members at Airedale Hospital will be back on strike until they win equal treatment they are entitled to. I want to say thanks to our Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, for listening to our members and announcing he will limit NHS outsourcing in the future. There is always much more to be done. So let's finish the job and bring about the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation that our government has promised us. Conference, please support.
Good morning, Conference. My name is James Smith, and I'm a proud representative of Crewe and Nantwich CLP, and I'm privileged to move the motion on NHS dentistry. Conference, it is regretful that I have to report to you that NHS dentistry is broken and is not fit for purpose. It is a system that has suffered many years of willful neglect and has cuts and no longer works for patients and those who work in it. I am an NHS dentist, so I see the issues and I experience them every single day. And whoever thought that in 2025 it would be commonplace for people to remove their own teeth? Now, I think our message as a conference to the Tories, who are the architects of this intolerable situation, should be shame on you. The most common cause of a hospital admission for children is to have a tooth extraction under a general anaesthetic. Now, it's all too common in the surgery to see young children who have to have multiple teeth removed, and this just doesn't have an impact on the child there and then, but also missed school days, difficulty eating, and wider developmental issues. It's vital that we deliver on our manifesto pledge to introduce supervised toothbrushing in early years education, building on the pioneering work of experts like Professor Zoe Marshman from the University of Sheffield. Now, this will inevitably generate opposition from other parties, but we've got a moral mission to stand up to opposition wherever it comes from, because this is simply far too important to shy away from. Access to NHS dentistry has now become a representation of societal inequalities in Britain as a whole, with the poor being able to not afford care and the rich being able to get it whenever they need it. The party's pledge to deliver 700,000 new urgent care appointments is a start, but to close this gap, full NHS contract reform is essential. It is in our party's DNA to close disparities in society, and we cannot afford to fail. Because, Conference, you know what the final nail in the coffin would be? A reform government. I don't know about you, Conference, but I'm not willing to accept the status quo, and we as a Labour Party have a huge responsibility and duty to get NHS dentistry back on its feet and to make DIY dentistry a thing of the past and to end this Dickensian practice once and for all. Thank you, Conference.
Good morning, Conference. I, Callum Edwards of Bury St Edmunds CLP, proudly second this motion. Any dental professional will tell you oral health affects general health. General health being available at point of need has been a core value of our NHS, so I believe oral health should also be available at point of need. Thank you.
Okay, I will go in rounds of three. If you could just indicate if you'd like to speak, please, and I'll look to get a variety of people. Oh. The lady in the middle holding up the white paper. Yeah. The lady with the disability steward. And right at the very back, in the mustard top, at the very back. I'll come round again. Thanks. At the very back, yeah.
Good morning, conference. I just want to say something quickly. Last night I had a problem with my eye. This morning I called up 111. I've got really good support. I use my NHS app to locate my medication, and I picked it up just now from the chemist. That's just an example of great NHS service. Thank you, Wes. So, conference, after 14 years of conservative neglect, millions of people have been left in pain, unable to see a dentist when they need one. 13 million people in England have an unmet need for dentistry. That's 13 million. Parents ringing every practice in town, children living on painkillers, pensioners pulling out their own teeth. That is the reality of Tory Britain. And what did the Conservative offer? A so-called new patient premium. £88 million wasted on a gimmick that delivered nothing. Nothing. This is a party that left both patients and dental professionals betrayed. They let waiting lists spiral, they let dental care collapse, and they condemned millions of silent suffering. And what about reform? No plan for dentistry, no plan for our NHS. In fact, they want people to pay thousands more for healthcare. That's the choice they offer. Pay up or put up with the pain. Conference, only Labour can fix this crisis. Only Labour can be trusted to rebuild NHS dentistry and make it fit for the future. Conference, no one in Britain should be left pulling out their own teeth. No parent should have to choose between their child's pain and their bank balance. With Labour, we will restore NHS dentistry and put the smile back in Britain. So I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Can I ask all speakers to make sure you stick to the time, please, so I can get as many people in as possible?
Good morning, conference. My name is Mary Aspinall. I'm a Cabinet Member in Plymouth for Health and Adult Social Care. When Labour took control of Plymouth City Council again in May 2023, we had a private cabinet meeting and decided where we were going forward and what would be our priorities. We really considered lots of things. But the one thing close to my heart was we decided to set up a dental task force in Plymouth. At that time, we had over 22,000 people on the waiting list for an NHS dentist in Plymouth. And in fact, recently, the ICB has closed that down, so we don't know exactly how many people are waiting now. The task force included some people who worked within the profession. We've got a dental school in Plymouth, so we've made sure we invited them. And their social enterprise department was able to help with some of the care that was needed. We initially launched a scheme that any child in primary school could apply to go along. And unfortunately, it wasn't as well supported as we thought it would be. So, the dental task force had various people on it, and we met every couple of months to see how we could progress. Since that time, the dental school enterprise scheme has been able to work with us, and we are hoping in October to be able to open a training establishment for dentists. And there will be some people on the list will be dealt with, but particularly looked after children are going to be eligible for checks. We also, obviously, like everybody, have an emergency dental service. That is overrun, but fortunately we've received some extra money so that we can expand that. The Labour plan is working, and we hope that we'll get sorted. But, Minister, Secretary of State, I would like to invite you to Plymouth so that you can come along to a supervised brushing scheme where I'm sure you'll be entertained by Bob the Badger, because the children just love this. It's a very repetitive song, but you keep it in your brain for a long time. Right, there we are, folks, you've all heard.
That's a really good plug, but you must wind up now.
Thank you. Can I just say, we must support this motion. We can't allow this to carry on. The dental contract needs looking at very seriously. And I hope, Minister, Secretary of State, you'll be asking for people that are the users to come and help get that right.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Anne Needham, North Hereford CLP, lifelong member of this party. Conference, let me tell you a story that will confirm Labour is making a difference. My husband had to endure a catheter for 4 years because he had an enlarged prostate and could not pee. So many visits to the A&E because the catheter was blocked, costing the NHS £500 every time. I sensed the men in the hall understand the indignity of the situation. We were told it would be years before he could have surgery. Then a miracle happened. Labour came to power. Within a month, he was seen by a wonderful consultant and operated on within 4 weeks. He has other medical conditions that are being treated on a regular basis. This is a story about giving someone back his dignity and the quality of life, and Labour did that. As a retired nurse, I could see the pressure the staff were under, always apologising about the lack of progress, frustrated because they could not care for their patients properly. It was not their fault, it was the Tories. Lack of investment, lack of support for the health service. We must shout it from the rooftops, on the streets, using social media. Labour is the only party that will improve the health of this nation. Reform want to privatise the NHS, and the Tories don't care. Remember Matt Hancock? Conference, be proud of our achievements in such a short time and celebrate that the health of the British people is safe in our hands. Thank you, Conference. Also, support the motion.
I'm going to go around again. If you would like to speak, blue jumper at the front, right at the very back in the middle, and over here on the right. Yep, man in the suit. Yeah. Can I just remind you to stick to the time, please, so we can get as many speakers as possible? It's very much appreciated.
Oops. Conference, Bridie McCrish, United Union, speaking in support of Composite 11 and subsidiary companies. I work in a local authority in Northern Ireland, and we too are facing the threat of outsourcing, just like the hospital next door to us. At Conference, the drive to introduce subcos into the NHS and local authorities must stop. It is part of the same failed ideas that have driven our public services to crisis over this past decades. cuts to services, pay attacks and disastrous outsourcing. Conference Labour has promised the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation, yet more outsourcing through subsidiary companies risks the opposite. Subcos are privatisation by the back door. They hit the lowest paid, the hardest, they break up national paying conditions and do nothing for services, whatever hollow assistance they launch. We know this because we fought it. We fought and won insourcing of 1,800 Serco workers at Bart's Hospital. We stood with colleagues at Together in Kent, who struck to win equality and directly employed workers. We brought housing repair workers back in-house in Stoke-on-Trent. We defeated subco plans at Firmly and many other trusts and councils, and we will do it again. In Northern Ireland this year, public sector workers took strike action to defend our servicing from underfunding and neglect. The announcement this week from the NHS in England of a change in the national guidance on subcos is welcome, but it's not enough. We don't want a pause, we want an end. We want existing subcos brought back in-house. Public service workers have had enough. Stop outsourcing. Support this composite. Thank you.
Peter Bond, London black cab driver, proud of it, and a Unite the Union delegate. A lack of accessible and affordable dental care is a global crisis, affecting 3.7 billion people worldwide, causing pain, discomfort and impacting overall health and quality of life. I'm a working class cab driver. I was born on a council estate, Peckwater Estate in Kentish Town. Who do I believe? ActionAid, Amnesty UK, Amnesty International, Yesh Din, B'Tselem, Francesca Albanese, UN Rapporteur, all call it genocide, occupation, apartheid in Palestine and the West Bank. I'm calling on Mr. Streeting to allow any Palestinian with any health issue to be allowed to flown over here at the cost of the UK government and treated. Umkhonto we Sizwe, the spear of the nation, was led by Nelson Mandela, Mandiba. He was called a terrorist by the British government and many others. He said on his release, "No one is free until all Palestinians are free." Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Hello, Conference. I'm speaking in support of Composite 4. At 13 years old, I was playing hockey when I walked straight into somebody's backswing and I lost my front teeth. At the very age you start caring about your appearance, I was left with a smile full of gaps. And what made it worse, it was school picture day before I could actually get my teeth fixed. But here's my point. Because of the last Labour government, I was treated quickly on the NHS and I got my smile back. That gave me the confidence to laugh, to speak up and to be myself. Now imagine being that 13-year-old today, waiting in pain, embarrassed to open your mouth, scared to speak in case somebody points and laughs at you, parents unable to get an appointment at all. My good friend Jacob said to me, "When you can't smile, people never meet the real you. The confident, charismatic side of you always stays hidden, and you wonder why people are depressed, out of work, and afraid to speak up." He's right. Dentistry isn't just about teeth. It's about dignity. It's about opportunity. It's about mental health. Conference, a confident smile shouldn't be a privilege reserved for those who can afford it. Some of the most costly dental work in this country is only available to people with deep pockets or those happy to come back from holiday beaming with turkey teeth. Under reform, the risk is clear. The rich will keep their dazzling smiles while the rest of us are left hiding theirs. Under Labour, we must ensure that everyone, every child, every parent, every pensioner has access to the dental care that they need, not just those who can pay for it. Conference, let's send a clear message. Dentistry is not a luxury, it is a right. And friends, this motion, and with this motion, that right can be restored. Thank you.
Hiya Conference. I'd like to announce that I live in Plymouth and the dental school that Mary Aspinall went about, I was able to use. It took 3 weeks to have it, but for 3 weeks I had a really bad broken tooth. On a daily basis with that dental school, that Plymouth Council and Luke Pollard campaigns, my dentist closed down. It was one of the few NHS dentists left. Our campaign in Plymouth to increase NHS dentists is good. The message I left afterwards, the treatment there, I said, why not make it policy that for the first 2 or 3 years they become a dentist, a portion of them are given NHS dentistry. We continue in Plymouth to work this, and I must say it is fantastic service that dentist school gives. They are dentists who will go there to be trained, and my tooth was a complication, took 45 minutes. So I like to say well done to the Plymouth Mary Aspinall and Plymouth Labour Party. We need more of these dental schools in this country so that other parts of the country can benefit by them.
Please indicate if you'd like to speak again. Let me have a look. The red hair, green jacket, you can see. At the back, pink shirt. Yeah. In the middle here. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Conference. For too long, NHS dentistry has been neglected, left broken by 14 years of Conservative failure. Across the country, patients are being forced to queue around the block, suffering in pain just for the chance to see a dentist. For far too many, there's no appointment available at all. This is not just unacceptable, it's a national scandal. Labour is already working hard to end this misery, with a plan to get 700,000 extra dental appointments rolled out nationwide, to get patients the care they desperately need. But prevention is vital too. That's why I'm backing this motion to expand the supervised toothbrushing scheme for up to 600,000 children in our most deprived areas, tackling tooth decay early and giving every child a healthier start. But most of all, I'm backing this motion because it will renegotiate the broken dental contract with a £20,000 golden hello to bring dentists back to the NHS, bring health equality back to the country. This Labour government is committed to getting NHS dentistry back on its feet and building a service that is fit for the future. Because good oral health isn't a privilege, it's a right. With this motion, it will be one again. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Charlotte from Bury North. and I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Having worked in the care sector for over 15 years in both private and the charity sector, and having had experience of caring for loved ones, I am speaking in favour on the motion for staffing in adult social care. I'm a proud member of GMB who are backing this motion, and I echo Joe's moving words about a broken care system. I wholly agree that privatisation has led to low pay and poor conditions. During COVID, we saw turnover reach record highs. We saw over 100 legislation changes in as many days. We saw highly experienced and wonderful staff leaving the profession for entry-level positions with similar hourly rates. We saw previous governments call our workforce unskilled and low-skilled when we all know that they really meant underpaid and low-paid. For our unpaid carers, they are spending in excess of 35 hours a week, often neglecting their own emotional and physical health, whilst they are propping up our health and social care system and advocating for the safe and effective care and treatment for their loved ones. They deserve recognition for what they do. We all know that illness and disability does not discriminate. We have a beautifully diverse workforce, which is filled with caring and compassionate people from all walks of life. We need to ensure that our social care workforce remains diverse and representative of the wonderful communities that we support. This can only be achieved through fair pay and working conditions, and retaining our brilliant workforce and recognising that carers and unpaid carers are vital to the success of our country and NHS. Conference, please support this motion and of all of our brilliant carers. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Bala Briggs-Murray, and I'm representing the Hertfordshire CLP. It's my first time at the Labour Party conference, first time delegate and first time speaker. I'm speaking in support of Composite Motion 13, Staffing and Adult Social Care. Adult social care is very close to my heart, very dear to my heart. I worked with Age UK Barnet, and I also worked as a social prescribing link worker with the GP Federation and London Borough of Barnet, and also volunteer with the local food banks. Amidst the crucial role I held in each of these positions, there was a very high demand in service, and it was very vital while I was dealing with each of the elderly clients to be mindful, to actively listen, and show an extra layer of empathy, which they all appreciated. I most respectfully commend the Labour Party for their commitment and dedication to ensuring that adult social care and staffing is also being made priority. Thank you. Please, Conference, I humbly ask that you support this motion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates, for such passionate contributions, and I'm sorry that we couldn't include more speakers because of the time. So, moving on, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to speak to yourselves our Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeton.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. We stand on the shoulders of giants. What Bevan and Attlee did in the aftermath of war was an act of courage as well as conviction. Facing down their opponents in the Conservative establishment, they made a powerful choice founded on fairness, to create a national health service, to provide the people of our country with the care they need, not just the care they can afford. A promise that whoever you are, whatever your background, whatever your income. When you fall ill, you will never have to worry about the bill. I'm here today to defend that promise. And friends, we are in the fight of our lives, not just for the NHS or even for the survival of this government, but for everything we believe in. It is a battle of progressives against reactionaries, patriotism versus nationalism, hope, not hate. Our country is being confronted with choices about who we are and what we stand for. And nowhere do those choices come together more starkly than our National Health Service. The founding principles of the NHS are now contested for the first time in generations. Farage wants to replace the NHS with an insurance system. His vision for healthcare is a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. Well, it might be all right for Mr. Moneybags. We know he can afford it. But what about those who can't? We should know by now that man is a con artist, posing as the voice of the people whilst working for the interests of the powerful. And be in no doubt, it's not reform he's offering, it's retreat. He says we can't afford in this century the National Health Service we could afford in the last. Well, if that's the fight Farage wants, I say bring it on. So today I'm not here simply to defend a service, but to uphold our values. A publicly funded, public service, free at the point of use, back on its feet and fit for the future. Those are Labour's values, those are Britain's values, and this is a fight we will win. But friends, we must win another fight too, one against the poison of post-truth politics. At Reform's conference, a discredited doctor claimed that the COVID vaccine gave our royal family cancer. And this man wasn't just some fringe figure, he's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in this, the 21st century. When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling. But it's not just the NHS he's coming for, it's the people who make the NHS. If you earn less than 60 grand a year and came from abroad, Farage wants you gone. The doctors, the porters, the nurses, the people who care for us in our hour of need and kept this country going when everything else stopped, tearing families apart, our friends, our neighbours. Last week, I received a letter from a consultant at Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. He spent the last 3 decades here caring for children, but now tells me that Reform's health policy is making him consider leaving our country. He wrote, "Please use your office to ensure that those who've made their lives here in good faith can continue to care for patients without fear. Fear. So, as our country's Health and Social Care Secretary, let me address him and his colleagues directly. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Farage says go home. We say you are home. I've got your back. We've got your back. And at the next election, we'll send Farage packing. Thank you. I think they might have heard that at Great Ormond Street Hospital. But here's the challenge we've got. Farage is counting on us to fail. He wants to say, well, if a Labour government can't deliver on the NHS, then it's time to do away with Labour and the NHS. Well, I've got bad news for you, Nigel. Delivering on the NHS is what Labour governments do, and this Labour government is delivering the change we promised. We promised 2 million more appointments, we've delivered 5 million. We promised an extra 1,000 GPs, we've delivered 2,000. We promised to cut waiting lists and they're falling for the first time in 15 years. 6,500 more mental health workers, 7,000 more doctors, 13,000 more nurses and midwives. The cancer diagnosis standard met, GP satisfaction up, waiting times down. That is the difference a Labour government makes, and we're only just getting started. And if you want to see that difference, just look across England's borders. While we're investing in AI, robotic surgery, new digital devices and services, Scotland doesn't even have an NHS app. In Labour-led England, waiting lists are down. In Labour-led Wales, waiting lists are down. But in SNP Scotland, waiting lists are up after 18 years of nationalist failure. Shameful. So whether it's English nationalism with Reform, Scottish nationalism with the SNP, or Welsh nationalism with Plaid, we'll take them all on. With Anas in Scotland and Eluned in Wales, together we'll rebuild our NHS as a great British success story. But none of the progress we've made was inevitable. It's been hard-won in the face of cynicism and timidity. Every major change has been met by a chorus of caution. Slow down. Don't rush into it. It's all too difficult. Tomorrow, we're reforming general practice, so patients can request appointments online at any point during the day. Many GPs already offer this service because they've changed with the times. Why shouldn't booking a GP appointment be as easy as booking a delivery, a taxi or a takeaway? And our policy comes alongside £1 billion of extra funding for general practice and 2,000 extra GPs. Yet the BMA threatens to oppose it in 2025. Well, I give you this warning. If we give in to the forces of conservatism, they will turn the NHS into a museum of 20th century healthcare. We will always stand up for the interests of patients, and we won't back down. Now, it's true, we had a dire inheritance at the last general election, the worst since 1945. A broken economy, broken public services, and broken trust in politics itself. But we have an even more powerful inheritance in our party. Hope, optimism, courage. It's how the 1945 generation remade Britain after the war. And the test of our generation is to show that same courage, to prove that Britain is still capable of doing big things, giving people hope again. We're not here to manage decline, and my ambition isn't just to recover the NHS, but to rebuild it, to meet the challenges of the 21st century. So let me tell you what our 10-year plan for health means. It means giving patients more power and more choice and more convenience, not just for the many, but not for the many, not just for the many, not just the privileged few. Got it then. It means putting the power of AI and data in the hands of NHS staff to bring our health service into the digital age. It means the NHS as a neighbourhood health service as much as a national health service, ending the 8 a.m. scramble with neighbourhood health centres open in the evenings and at weekends, offering face-to-face care to people, not just when they need it, but where they need it. It means early diagnosis and prevention. And modernisation isn't a betrayal of Bevan's legacy, it is its fulfilment. Because as the great man himself said, the NHS must always be changing, improving. And the truth is this, the next 10 years won't just bring a decade's worth of change in healthcare, it will bring centuries worth. Medicine is being transformed before our eyes. We now have genetic tests that can predict a child's risk of illness before they ever fall sick. We're on the brink of vaccines that could one day cure cancer. Weight loss jabs could help us finally defeat obesity. And this isn't just a medical revolution, it's an industrial revolution, a technological revolution, one that will shape the next century of jobs, industry, and public health. And governments across the world face a choice. It's not a choice between stop and go. Change is coming whether we like it or not. No, the real choice is this. Will this be a revolution for the few or for the many? Take just one example today, weight loss jabs. The wealthy talk about how they've transformed their health, their confidence, their quality of life. Half the House of Commons tea room talk about the impact they've had. Not in my case. But seriously, what about the millions who can't afford them? This is a return to the days when health was determined by wealth, when some had access to the best care money can buy, while others waited and suffered. And I say never again, because our historic duty and our modern mission is to ensure that the best science, the best healthcare, the best innovations are available, not just to some, but to all. So we will make the UK the home of the next generation of medical breakthroughs, discovered here, developed here and delivered here on the NHS. Science is changing society, and we've got to change with it, because when the NHS was founded, the average working person lived to just 65. They worked, they retired, and they died shortly after. But today, many of us can now look forward to something our grandparents only ever dreamed of: a life after work. The same is true for so many disabled people, surviving with conditions that would have cut their lives short, thanks to breakthroughs in medical science that allows them to not only survive, but to thrive. But friends, that hope demands action. Because if we want to match longer lives with better lives, then we must build a social care system to meet their needs. We've already begun to make that change. We've delivered the biggest uplift in carers' allowance since the 1970s, an extra £2,000 for family carers because their work is not just loving, it is life-saving. We've installed new home adaptations in the homes of more than 15,000 disabled people, not just giving them new rails and chairlifts, accessible kitchens and bathrooms, but safety, dignity, independence, quality of life. And today, I can announce we will go further, because we will no longer accept a system built on poverty pay and zero-hour insecurity. We will back the first ever fair pay agreement for care workers, not just in law but in practice, starting with £500 million to deliver better pay, terms and conditions for care workers across our country, because the people who care for our loved ones should never have to struggle to care for their own. Conference, let's also be clear about how this change has come about. They're sat down there, Unison and GMB, who stood up for care workers when no one else would. Friends, you can go back to your members and tell them with pride, this is a difference that Labour unions in government make. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And there's someone else who's made a real difference too, who understands the struggle care workers face because she was one. She brought that experience to the cabinet table as the care worker who became our country's Deputy Prime Minister. Angela Rayner, this achievement is yours. Thank you. And we want her back as well. We'll definitely make sure she sees that. We need her back. In conference, I say this to you now, and to every family, every carer, every older and disabled person watching. So long as I hold this office, it will be the mission of this Labour government to build a national care service worthy of the name. And finally, we'll address the inequality in our National Health Service and our nation's health. Because if we fail to invest in public health and prevention, we will face a future where people are living longer lives, but in poorer health. And in the places with the deepest need, the NHS is at its most stretched, and the health of the people at its poorest. In the poorest parts of our country, there are an extra 300 patients per GP. 300 waiting, suffering. And the injustice doesn't stop there. A black woman in this country is twice as likely to die in childbirth than a white woman. A child born in Blackpool will now live 10 years fewer than a child born in Hampshire. 10 years. That is the unjust price paid by those who lost the lottery of life. And I stand here today as someone who beat those odds, the exception to the rule, who grew up on a council estate in poverty, had a great state education, made it to one of our country's best universities, and now sits around the cabinet table as part of the most working-class cabinet in British history. But conference, that's not enough. It's not enough for a few to beat the odds. Our party exists to change those odds for everyone. So the challenge of our generation is not just to add years to life, but to add life to those years. So as we rebuild the NHS, we're starting first where the need is greatest. As we reinvest billions saved from cutting waste, as we recruit new GPs, and as we build a new generation of neighbourhood health centres, they won't go to the places with the loudest lobbyists, but to the communities with the deepest deprivation. And we all know the biggest health inequalities are entrenched years before patients walk through the doors of the NHS. They're caused by poverty, poor diets, damp homes, dirty air. So this Labour government is tackling the sickness in our society. We're feeding the next generation with primary school breakfast clubs, so every child starts the day with a full stomach and a hungry mind. We're cutting pollution and cleaning up our air the children breathe to preserve our planet for the future too. We're helping families heat their homes this winter with a warm homes discount that will reach millions more. We're guaranteeing sick pay from day one because no one should have to choose between getting better and getting paid. And with the expansion of free school meals, we are lifting 100,000 children out of poverty. The Tories didn't do it. Reform would undo it. That is the difference a Labour government makes. Now, we know some will say the challenges are too great, too expensive, it's too hard. But throughout our history, it has always been Labour, always, that rose to meet the moment. It was Labour that built the NHS out of the ashes of war. It was Labour that saved it in 1997, and it falls to Labour to save it now. We asked our country to put their trust in us, not because the challenges are easy, but precisely because they are hard. And modernisation, it's not a technocratic mission, it is a moral mission, because we do not believe in two-tier healthcare. We do not believe your postcode should determine your prognosis. We do not believe that the size of your wallet should decide the length of your life. We are making the NHS fit for the future, a service that sees people sooner, treats them better and gives them back more years of life. A service rebuilt in the image of our values, universal, publicly funded, free at the point of use, available to all, owned by all, working for all. Those are my values. They're the NHS's values and they are Britain's values. And conference, I'll just end with this. The fight against poverty and injustice, reactionaries and nationalists, prejudice and hatred, this is our fight. It has always been our fight. So we will not flinch. We will not fail. We will rebuild our national health and rebuild Britain for our time, for all time, for everyone. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Wes, for such an inspiring speech. It was clearly very well received. Thank you very much for that. Conference, we will now move on to the votes in the order that they were debated. So, for Composite 2, cleaning up our community's fly tipping, those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Composite 13, staffing in adult social care. Those in favour? Any against? That's also carried. Composite 11, subsidiary companies and insourcing. Those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Composite 4, NHS dentistry. Those in favour? Any against? That's also carried. Thanks very much. And for the animations. Conference, I just want to remind delegates about the requirements around the leader's speech. The hall doors will be closed over lunch, so please do not leave any belongings in the hall over lunch because they will be removed. The hall will be reopened as soon as possible, but please remember that you will not be able to bring any large bags into the room. Only delegates with tickets will be admitted into the hall for the leader's speech, and seats not taken in good time will be filled. So I'd encourage you to get back in the hall as soon as possible, delegates and those with tickets to come back into the hall very quickly. There's also a screening room in the auditorium 1A of the ACC for those who are not in the hall. Conference, thank you. We are now adjourned.
I've been burned, I've been broke, 20-something, that's just what it is. Been naive, been a joke, been a serial monogamist. Now I'm just trying to tell ya, but that was then, and this is now. Forever promises just let me down. If I'm being so candid, hold me and don't plan it. Just for hype for the night, yeah, that's my love language. No need for romantics, we don't need tomorrow's damage. Just for hype for the night, talking my love language. You're talking my, you're talking my. Just for hype for the night, talking my love language. Used to hold on for dear life, and even when it wasn't right, got real good making bad mistakes. Think it's so right, could kiss me, just walk in and fix me. And now love looks like Saturday, staying up late. But that was then, and this is now. Forever promises just let me down. I'm being so candid, hold me and don't plan it. Just for hype for the night, yeah, that's my love language. No need for
Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence?
When you touch me, I feel adrenaline. Wanna go hard, wanna have fun, wanna be happy. Could you show me how it's done? You look so pretty like the sun. I could watch forever while you shine on it. Wanna be happy, wanna be pretty, wanna be happy, wanna be like the sun. Wanna be happy, wanna be pretty, wanna be happy, wanna be like the sun. Wanna be,
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent and we begin it today.
Conference, please take your seats. The session is about to begin.
Watch you move like that. Watch you move like that. Got me spinning around the sun. I can't choose my past, but I can choose you next. I don't wanna let you down. Oh baby, come ride with me. Slide when we get high with me. I love when you roll with me. Talk to us, no lies. This ain't no love song. Ain't far from confessions. I feel your intention, and you by my side. Take my mind to another place. I feel you come now, I feel your way on my skin. When it's time now, show me way. Ways to follow intention, ways to unknown dimensions. Take my mind to another place. I feel you come now, I feel your way on my skin. When it's time now, show me way. Ways to follow intention, ways to unknown dimensions. Anyway, baby, why you move like that? Baby, how you do it like that? I just need you right here. Maybe it's the moonlight, yeah. Do it right, yeah. I can see the skies falling, but we don't talk a lot. Love is cold, whatever you got, I want some more. How you move, baby, how you move like that? Losing my cool right here. I just like you like that. Baby, how you move like that? How you move like don't feel this often. Maybe I lost it. Feel like I'm falling. Where will we go? Take my mind to another place. Take my mind away. I feel your thunder, I feel your rain on my skin. When the sun down, show me where. Once you follow intention, once you want all dimensions, take my mind to another place. Feel your thunder, feel your rain on my skin. When the sun down, show me where. Once you follow intention, once you want all dimensions. Lonely in this crowd, I sit alone. Oh, one more drink away from heading home. Oh, oh, I could feel the night slipping by. Oh, away from me. And oh, she caught my eye through the light, and she came right up to me. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. She said, this life ain't forever. One song here together, then let's play it on repeat. We can dance all night. We can dance till the morning light. Let's forget about our worries and the wild world outside. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. We can dance all night. She took my hand and led me through the dark. Oh, she said, feel the beat, forget that broken heart. Oh, and oh, I can feel the night slipping by. Oh, away from me. And oh, I saw the light in her eyes, that she came right up to me. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. She said, this life ain't forever. One song here together, then let's play it on repeat. We can dance all night. We can dance till the morning light. Let's forget about our worries and the wild world outside. She said, oh, hi, nice to meet you tonight. Maybe we could go dance, get up off our feet. We can dance all night.
I've seen change.
I've seen change.
I've seen change. I've seen change. I've seen change. I've seen change in my family. So free breakfast clubs for me and my family have been a bit of a lifesaver at the moment.
I've seen change with Labour securing my job for the future. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet saved the jobs of 3,700 workers here at British Steel.
Well, I've seen change in terms of the national security within the UK. The campaign I've been leading had been going 6.5 years. When I first met Sir Keir Starmer, he gave me a promise that he will prioritise Martin's Law, and that's exactly what he did.
I've seen change in my community, and I've seen politics can make a difference. Nothing was getting done until I met Keir Starmer, and he strengthened the law so people carrying dangerous weapons face the full force of justice.
I've seen change in my health. I had a cancer diagnosis and was treated for breast cancer. After only 1 year in power, Labour have already delivered
over 4 million extra appointments. They won't give up on the NHS in the same way that we won't give up on the NHS.
Together.
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 Together. Together.
Together. Together.
Together. Together. Together.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together, we will renew Britain.
We will renew Britain.
We will renew Britain. We will renew Britain.
Together, we will renew Britain.
Conference, please welcome Margaret Aspinall, tireless campaigner for Hillsborough Justice.
Please be seated. Please be seated. My name is Margaret Aspinall, and I lost my 18-year-old son at Hillsborough. And I'm here to explain why Hillsborough law is so important. I went to London to a family listening day, and I met so many wonderful people who are suffering and still suffering to this day because of an injustice that happened to them, and each and every one of them are important. They are as important as we fight for justice, for the truth. But can I say to all of you, cover-ups have been going on for centuries, for decades. It's been going on pre-Hillsborough, since Hillsborough, even to this day. You look at all of them campaigns that Charlotte mentioned only on Sunday. I will not repeat them. Charlotte done a good job and mentioned them. But it's important. I do not speak on behalf of any family. I do not speak on behalf of my own family. I am speaking about a Hillsborough law that is so passionate to me, and I'm so determined for the nation, for the good of the ordinary people of this country. A bad law, that law has been there for all of them years, and nothing has been done about it. But alongside so many good people, the people who are in the Hillsborough Law campaign have done a marvellous job. The people who work alongside them, fantastic job. It's been a long journey. It's been a long, long journey. I've been campaigning alongside others for 30-odd years. I'm an old woman now, but I want to die knowing that we've changed a part of history. We've changed a law that was so corrupt, so long, for so many people, and we are determined on doing that. And if we do that, we've all got to be proud of ourselves. But, I am no public speaker. I've never believed in doing scripts when I talk to people. I believe in speaking how I feel from the heart, how I feel about the ordinary people. We have had promises to us in the past, and it took an awful lot to try and trust people, especially MPs, and especially, may God forgive me for saying this, Prime Ministers. I've met a few Prime Ministers and I've been let down. They think they're giving you something, you walk away, think we're getting somewhere. No, we didn't. But I can honest to God say, I've met one Prime Minister in the past who was true to her word and kept her promise. Today, I've got to be truthful. I've met a Prime Minister who's kept his promise. This law will help so many people in the future. I hope nobody needs it. We pray nobody needs it, but if they do, this law will help those people. They will never have to go away from here, campaign for truth, campaign for justice, campaign against the media. We've had to do all of that, and that is so wrong. And that was what was... I can honestly, I'm going to say it how it is. I've got to. I've just got to. I've got to be true to myself. I've got to be true. "97 people are unlawfully killed, and the perpetrators walked away scot-free. How can that be in 2025? How can that happen? So what this law is about, this will make, no matter what job you are, what position you are, what rank you are, there's consequences if you tell lies. There's consequences. That law will change things for the good of the nation, but also make it a level playing field for the ordinary people. If they get paid by the state, the ordinary people get the same. Simple, simple, simple. And those MPs who supported this, I thank you all so much. Those MPs who might be against it, shame on you. Shame on you. This law is for the people, by the people, and that's what this is about. So if I may, I now would like to thank the Prime Minister. I would like to thank the Prime Minister. I met the Prime Minister when he was the DPP. I met him when he was the leader of the opposition. And I asked him then, would you promise me that if you become Prime Minister, that will you give a Hillsborough law for the ordinary people? He promised me that. I've met him numerous times. He phoned me up privately and told me, Margaret, there will be a Hillsborough law. He's kept his word. He's kept his word. It wasn't easy. He promised it would be on the 15th of April. Unfortunately, it wasn't a Hillsborough law by the 15th of April. There was things getting watered down. We don't want anything watered down. I want a Hillsborough law in all its entirety. That is so important. The Prime Minister didn't have an easy time to get it. We've still got work to do. We've got good people behind us who will be watching and making sure that we get it in its entirety. So I thank for what we've got so far. I'm very, very grateful, and I thank the Prime Minister for listening and keeping his word. And if I may now, I'd like to introduce you to your Prime Minister, Mr. Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Figan. Thank you, Pooja, by leading by example, so powerfully showed just on that video just now. And Margaret, thank you so much for that introduction. I know it wasn't easy, even after the unimaginable loss of losing James, after all those obstacles deliberately put in your way. With this Hillsborough law, you and the other families, some of them are with us this afternoon, and other campaigners have served a degree of justice for James, for the 97, but also for thousands of people that you will never know and you will never meet, who will never now have to go through what you went through. Thank you. Thank you. Margaret, I remember meeting you and some of the other families nearly 15 years ago now with Bishop James Jones. I was humbled to be able to campaign after such loss. As a father of a daughter aged 14 and a son aged 17 who goes to football with me, 1 year younger than James was, I honestly don't think I would have the courage to do what you have all done. I was also struck at that first meeting by meeting some family members who had never felt able to talk about what happened that day, perhaps because they feared that people like them would never be heard. Conference, this party was founded to hear working class people like that, to look directly into the eyes of their suffering, even when the state turns its back. And so the Hillsborough law is not just a promise delivered, it is also a recognition that whether it's Hillsborough, Grenfell, Windrush, Horizon, the grooming gangs, infected blood and so many more, the British state consistently refused to see injustice because of who the victims are. Because they're working class, they're black, they're women and girls. And so, Margaret, I know we can never undo the pain for you and all the other families, but we can show that in the Britain that we are building, the state will see, the state will listen, the state will be accountable to working people, because now injustice has no place to hide. That's National Renewal Conference, government and working people working together to drag us out of decline, building a new Britain. Now, it's an urgent task. We can all see that the country faces a choice, a defining choice. Britain stands at a fork in the road. We can choose decency, or we can choose division, renewal or decline. A country proud of its values, in control of its future, or one that succumbs against the grain of our history to the politics of grievance. It is a test, a fight for the soul of our country, every bit as big as rebuilding Britain after the war, and we must all rise to this challenge. Yet we need to be clear that our path, the path of renewal, it's long, it's difficult, it requires decisions that are not cost-free or easy, decisions that will not always be comfortable for our party. Yet at the end of this hard road, there will be a new country, a fairer country, a land of dignity and respect, everyone seen, everyone valued, wealth creation in every single community, working people in control of their public services, the mindless bureaucracy that chokes enterprise removed so we can build and keep building, clean British energy powering our homes, technology harnessed to drive us forward, our flags flying proudly as we celebrate difference and oppose racism. Conference. Thank you, Conference. The basic, ordinary hope of a better future for our children restored for millions. And through that, a Britain that has rediscovered the belief, the togetherness, the pride to take control of its future. That's what we're building, Conference. That's national renewal, a Britain built for all. But there is another path. We can call it the path of decline. But in truth, it leads to ruin, to chaos, to Britain being poorer in every sense. And it's a tempting path, because it asks nothing of people, makes no demands, suggests no difficulties. All you need to do is listen to politicians who tell you there's a quick fix, a miracle cure, tax cuts that magically pay for themselves, a wealth tax that somehow solves every problem. The Brexit lies on the side of that bus. Click here for your new country. We can all see these snake oil merchants on the right, on the left, but be in no doubt, Conference, none of them have any interest in national renewal, because decline is good for their business. I mean, think about it. When was the last time that you heard Nigel Farage say anything positive about Britain's future? He can't. He doesn't like Britain, doesn't believe in Britain, wants you to doubt it just as much as he does. So he resorts to grievance. They all do. They want to turn this country, this proud, self-reliant country, into a competition of victims, saying to you, to working people, don't trust in each other. You can't fix this. This is not a great country. But it is, Conference. It is a great country. It will always be a great country, a decent, pragmatic, tolerant, reasonable country that throughout history has stood its ground, stuck by its values, and built its future without fuss. That's the Britain I'm fighting for, Conference, a nation of resolve, a land of respect, a Britain built for all. And Conference, I welcome the new US initiative to bring peace to the Middle East. I strongly support efforts to end the fighting, release every hostage, and urgently scale up aid into Gaza. All sides must now come together to bring this initiative into reality, because we must restart the hope of a two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel, alongside the long-promised Palestinian state, a state that this country now recognises. Conference. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Conference, I will never give up on diplomacy, and I will never doubt British values, rules that protect those in need, respect for difference under the same flag, the freedom to live and let live. I will never doubt that these values make us strong in a world that preys on weakness. How could I? The progress, the prosperity, the peace I've seen throughout my life, the journey I've been on, from a working class background to this. I owe everything to this country and its values. But working people, they're losing faith. They're ground down. Politics has made them question Britain. And can you blame them? They've been nothing but patient. They lived through austerity, Brexit, COVID, played by the rules, kept their side of the bargain. But time and again, politics ducked the challenge of renewal. Their high street, their pubs, their youth clubs, the places that shape a life, that create a common memory, struggling against the tide of decline. That is why we must never, never find ourselves defending a status quo that manifestly failed working people. That's what I say to people who think it would be nice if we could just go back to politics before Brexit or the crash. And this does go back that far, conference. The global financial crisis is when we were exposed, when a new Britain should have been born. Complacent. That's the only way to describe it. Complacent. We place too much faith in globalisation, the establishment across so many institutions, in hock to its lazy assumptions that immigration is all we need to give us the workers. Infrastructure will always be there because we built it decades ago. The world always on hand to give us the goods. It doesn't matter if our industry leaves. It doesn't matter if we don't train our young people. It doesn't matter if wealth creation is hoarded by just a few communities. Well, conference, look at our world now. Because in our age of insecurity, we can see now that it does matter. We do need to put our security first. We do need to unlock the potential of every community. We do need a more muscular state, freed from the red tape that stops us building, growing our economy from the grassroots, renewing every town and city on these islands. It comes back to growth. So much of it comes back to economic growth. In fact, I'll say it now so there's no doubt. The defining mission of this government is to grow the economy, improve living standards and change the way we create wealth. An economy that grows not just from the top but from the grassroots. Because growth is the pound in your pocket. It is more money for trips, meals out, the little things that bring joy to our lives, the peace of mind that comes from economic security. But it is also the antidote to division. That's the most important aspect of national renewal. The way you grow an economy, not just how much, but who and where benefits, that can either build a nation or it can pull it apart. And in the world we must face, the threats we must defeat, Britain needs an economy that unites. Every person, every community, every great nation on these islands standing together, as so often in our past, facing down the threats of a volatile world. And it is a choice. You can exploit asset bubbles to distract from stagnating wages. You can balance the books by cutting long-term investment. You can cut taxes for the few whilst dismantling the infrastructure for the many. But the affordable homes that we built, the libraries that we opened, the Sure Start centres that gave so many families a better start in life, all in it together. That's what they said. Come on. The country they created, it's still around us today. Old and young, north and south, scrapping over the crumbs, draining the well of responsibility, the patriotic responsibility that we owe to one another. But there's another choice, Conference. You can choose industrial policy, government and business bringing the future closer, British graft backed everywhere, from the steelworks in Scunthorpe to the data centres in Essex and the wind farms of South Wales. You can choose to unleash British enterprise, strip out bad regulation, confront the blockers that strangle a thriving private sector. The most important thing we need for every community to stand more proudly on their own feet. You can choose to challenge the outdated dogma and say with one clear voice that public investment does not crowd out private, that we should invest more outside London and the South East, and that a more secure labour market with stronger workers' rights will be better for productivity. And Conference, you can choose to rebuild our public services, choose investment over austerity. That's the choice we made at the last budget. A hard choice, difficult decisions on taxation, but Conference, that's the choice that we made. Now, I want to thank every business in our country on this issue. We asked a lot at the last budget. I know that. I do think, in the long run, fixing our public finances, investing in new infrastructure, helping our public services off their knees, that will be better for growth. But equally important, because of your contribution, we've taken a huge step on the path of renewal, a firmer foundation to take our country forward. More security, more respect, more opportunity. A Britain built for all. A Britain built for all. Every decision, Conference, every decision we took this past year, it's all been in pursuit of that mission. Changing the way we create wealth, reforming public services, giving people more control over our future. Take our investment in defence. Undeniably good for growth, vital for national security and the whole of the continent. Impossible without really tough decisions on aid. Just look at the New Deal to build Norwegian frigates. That doesn't happen without our investment. A decade of shipbuilding on the Clyde. That heritage, that pride, secure for future generations. Now, those frigates could have been built anywhere, but that was the old mentality, that it didn't matter. But we want to build them here, in Britain. We want to invest in that reputation, in those skills, in the talent of Glasgow and the Clyde. Now, Conference, 5 days after that deal, I went to the shipbuilding yard on the Clyde. I went to the canteen where the workers were having their lunch. I stood in front of them and I said, thank you. Thank you for your hard work and your reputation that allowed us to win that deal. They were being judged against other countries, France, Germany and the US, and they won. They were proud. They said to me that this was the answer to the mantra that they heard. People who said British shipbuilding was dead. They told me how much it meant to them and their communities. And they were proud because they knew exactly what those frigates were for. And they were proud to contribute, proud that their community was chosen by an ally looking for a partner to defend our continent from Putin's aggression. And Conference, Or take our investment in childcare. 30 hours free for every child between 9 months and 4 years. A massive difference to the cost of living. Thousands of pounds back in the pockets of working parents because we made tough decisions, tough Labour decisions at the last budget. Now, this will help parents and carers back to work, especially women, and that is good for growth. But fundamentally, it's for the children. Now, last year, Bridget and I went to a primary school in Nuneaton, and we got talking to the reception teacher. And she said that some kids arrive in reception reading books, others are still virtually in nappies. There's similar stories right across the country. Inequality at age just 4, baked in for life. So our childcare provision is a game changer, giving every child the best start in life, every single child equal at the starting line of their education. That's National Renewal Conference. That's why we made the tough decisions. And I make no apologies if they tilt towards working people, because it's working people who paid the price of Tory decline. That's why we invested in our NHS, fired up Great British Energy, stood up for British Steel, new protectors for renters, sick pay for the least well-off, fire and rehire finished, zero-hour contract scrapped, record investment in Scotland and Wales, rebuilding our schools, new homes, new towns, new train lines, publicly owned of course, spreading prosperity right across Britain. And a proper living wage conference, the culmination of a long journey for our movement, a mark of a Britain built for all. Thank you, conference. And conference. Extending free school meals. 100,000 children lifted out of poverty. The first step on our journey to end child poverty. We have walked that road before and we will walk that road again. Because a Britain where no child is hungry, where no child is held back by poverty, that's a Britain built for all. But there's another cause that we must also take up, conference. It strikes to the heart of what we stand for and who commands our respect. People like my dad. I think by now you know what he did for a living. But then again, do you? Do you really know the skill, the craft, the precision that goes into tool making? Now, But the thing is, conference, he always felt disrespected, my dad, undervalued by the nation because he worked with his hands. And I can see why. He worked hours and hours at night school when he was an apprentice. I went to Leeds University, had a good time. It's a good place to have a good time, is Leeds. And then when I came back, I officially became the first in my family to go to university. I was put on that pedestal. Working class families know exactly what I mean. I thought about this when I visited those frigates on the Clyde. The apprentices there, they took me on board. They showed me how they were rewiring it. Miles and miles of wire. Difficult, high-skilled work. Really complicated. And, of course, vital for our country. I thought about my sister, a care worker. She works with adults with Down syndrome. It's amazing work. I know I could never do it in the way that she does. Also vital for our country. And then I think about my brother. He was failed. he had difficulties learning. He was badly failed by the education system. He was put to one side, barely even seen. Now, conference, some politicians say, I want every child to have the same opportunities that I had. You hear a lot of that in Westminster. But that's not me. No, what I want is a Britain where people are treated with the dignity that they deserve for making different choices, choices our country needs, choices we should value, choices that deserve our respect. And so, conference, while you will never hear me denigrate the aspiration to go to university, I don't think the way we currently measure success in education, that ambition to get 50% of kids to uni, I don't think that's right for our times. Because if you're a kid or a parent of a kid who chooses an apprenticeship, what does it say to you? Do we genuinely, as a country, afford them the same respect? Because we should, but I can't help feeling that my dad was right. So, conference, today I can announce we will scrap that target and replace it with a new ambition that 2/3 of our children should go either to university or take a gold standard apprenticeship. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. I can also announce that further education, so long as Cinderella service, ignored because politician kids don't go there, we will make it a defining cause of this Labour government, with higher standards in every college, the quality of teaching raised, more apprenticeships, more technical colleges, technical excellent colleges, qualifications linked to jobs, rooted in their communities. And as Rachel announced yesterday, a new guarantee, training, work support or an apprenticeship for every young person struggling to find work. That's young people back, the class ceiling smashed, the grafters finally included in our country's highest aspiration. That's national renewal. That's a Britain built for all. That's what I stand for, conference. And let me tell you, I also know what I stand against. And I have had enough of lectures from self-appointed champions of working people who want to shred our public service, level down workers' rights, crash the economy like Liz Truss. Politicians who lied to this country, unleashed chaos, and walked away after Brexit, who equivocate of Putin in Ukraine, who even now go to America and grub around for money, talking this great country down. No. No more lectures from them. Because Labour is the party for working people. Labour is the party for national renewal. Labour is the patriotic party. Let me take you back to 1996, Wembley, the old Wembley, actually. I was there. It was that semi-final. Electric. We're all singing with one voice. Football's coming home. Now, of course, it didn't actually come home. No cheering at us. But, you know, it did feel like something was stirring in England that evening. An England that belonged to our grandparents and our history, but also to our children and our future. North and south, black and white, old and young, an England united by a flag that stood for all. Now, I'm not going to pretend I would enjoy it if England lost to Scotland or Wales. The Union does have some limits. But I can say, I'm not just proud of the Union Jack and the Cross of St George. I'm also proud of the Saltire, of the Red Dragon, proud of our Union, the astonishing relationship between our four great nations. Four different nations, yes, but four nations that time and again have been through fire together, built so much together, a country forged by the solidarity of working people. So let's fly all our flags, Conference, because they're our flags. They belong to all of us, and we will never surrender them. Let us unite our country behind them. Because this is no time for dividers. This is the time for bringing the whole country together. That is how we will fight next year's elections as patriots of our great nations. That's who we are. That's who Ellen is, who Anas is, what we stand for. A campaign to renew Wales, renew Scotland and renew Britain. But then that's just the point. Because for me, patriotism is about love and pride, about serving an interest that is more than yourself, a common good. And the question I ask seriously of Nigel Farage and Reform is, do they love our country? Do they want to serve our country, all of it, our beautiful, tolerant, diverse country, every region, nation and city? Or do they just want to stir the pot of division because that works in their interests? Do they truly believe in our potential, in our brilliance, in all the innovative wonders of our economy, from clean energy to creative arts? Or if a business looks a little too modern, do they say, as Farage said about Jaguar Land Rover, they deserve to go bust? And Conference, when push comes to shove, do they really want to fix our problems and renew Britain? Or, as we've seen time and again, whether it's the SNP, the extremes of the left, or Reform and the Tories now, do they actually want Britain to fail? I think we know the answer to that question. So let me say this, because whilst we must come together to fight reform with everything that this movement has, we must go into that battle armed, not just with words and condemnation, but with action. And that means tackling all the problems that they prey upon. All the problems. Now, soon after I became an MP, I went to Oldham for a by-election up there. I was taken to a street to meet a woman who I was told had strong views on immigration. I knocked on the door. She invited me in. We had a cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit. And then, as we sat there, she got her photo album out and showed me pictures of her at the wedding of her Asian neighbour. She was proud that she was her neighbour and her friend. Now, I'm not the most patient person, as anybody in my family will tell you. I started thinking, what is going on here? And then we finally got to it. She told me that a group of men from Eastern Europe had recently moved into her street. They sat on her wall, didn't put their rubbish out at the right time, and spat on the ground. To her, that broke the little but important rules of her street. She didn't like it. Then I realised what was really happening. And Conference, what was really happening is that she, an ordinary working-class woman from Oldham, a Labour voter, felt that she had to prove to a Labour politician that she wasn't racist before she could even bring up the issues in her community. I've carried that with me through all the bad years, Conference. Whatever our intentions, we had become a party that patronised working people. And that is why we changed the party. Yet, Conference, there are still some people who can't listen in good faith on this issue, who say we can ignore the crisis and our asylum system so long as we get the economy moving. I have to say to those people very directly, we will tackle this issue. The British people are not unreasonable. They're pragmatic, compassionate, tolerant. That's who we are. What people want from politics, that hasn't changed. They want more cash in their pockets, safer streets, opportunities for their children, and an NHS that's fit for the future. And yes, they want secure borders. And that is a reasonable demand. Now, we should always say plainly and with pride that asylum for people genuinely fleeing persecution is the mark of a decent, compassionate country. But secure borders are also vital for a decent, compassionate country. Controlling who comes here is an essential task of government. And there's nothing compassionate or progressive in a vile trade that loads people into overcrowded boats, puts them in grave danger in the Channel, and ultimately exploits human desperation and hope. So mark my words. We will stop this. We will smash the gangs. We will crack down on illegal working. We will remove people with no right to be here. And we will secure Britain's borders. But there is a line, a moral line. And it isn't just Farage who crosses it. There are also people who should know better, sowing fear and discord across our country. And then when we call it out, they pretend that we're criticising reasonable concerns about immigration. We have seen that trick, Conference. So let us spell it out once and for all. Controlling migration is a reasonable goal. But if you throw bricks and smash up private property, that's not legitimate. That is thuggery. Thank you, Conference. Free speech is a British value and we have guarded it for centuries. But if you incite racist violence and hatred, that is not expressing concern, it's criminal. And this party, this great party, is proud of our flags. Yet if they're painted alongside graffiti, telling a Chinese takeaway owner to go home, that's not pride, that's racism. And Conference, if you say or imply that people cannot be English or British because of the colour of their skin, that mixed heritage families owe you an explanation, that people who've lived here for generations, raised their children here, built their lives here, working in our schools, our hospitals, running businesses, are our neighbours. If you say they should now be deported, then mark my words, we will fight you with everything we have, because you are the enemy of national renewal. And it will be a fight, Conference. It doesn't get easier from here. And the tough decisions, they will keep on coming. Look, we inherited public finances where the Tories piled up mountains of debt with next to no boost in productivity to show for it. Unprecedented. And in a world as volatile as ours, that's dangerous. It demands firm and fair decisions to control our debt. Now, this is the responsibility of government. I don't complain about it. I expect to be judged on my ability to deal with it. But it does mean that national renewal takes time, that it requires patience as well as courage, a determination never to risk economic stability. That solemn promise that we made to working people, our mandate, line 1 of our pledge card. Now, I acknowledge the temptation. You can see it all around the world. A desire to avoid reality, to neglect the long term, cast off the constraints and indulge in ideological fantasy. That's what happened with Liz Truss. But it does not matter if it's unfunded tax cuts or unfunded spending. The result is the same. You lose control of the economy, and working people pay the price. And I will never let that happen again. I will never let that happen to working people with Labour. That is why we changed the party. Because a Labour Party that cannot control spending is a Labour Party that cannot govern in our times. Not with an ageing society, not with climate change, and not with the global cost of borrowing as it is now. And that is why the fiscal rules are non-negotiable. This isn't a game, it's not a tactic. Those rules protect working people, they protect our children's future. That's why our approach has always been more ambitious. National renewal isn't just moving money around, it's completely rewiring the state and the economy, unlocking the potential of everyone on these islands. On the economy, that's about understanding that proud working-class towns, they want to be backed by investment, of course they do. But they don't want to rely on handouts or help. They want more power and control, more wealth creation in their community. That's how they stand on their own feet as proud partners in this project of our nation. And on the state, it's about understanding the opportunity of public service reform. That if we show people the respect that they deserve, if we give people more agency over the state, see them as our partners, then together we can take control of our future. We can live in a Britain built for all. Take our NHS. I know how hard people work in our NHS. I see it in my family and I celebrate it at every opportunity. But the responsibility of this party is not just to celebrate the NHS, it is to make it better. And in decades to come, I want people to look back on this moment as the moment we renewed the NHS for a new world, just as we look back on that great Labour government after the war. Because, Conference, a new world is coming. Artificial intelligence is transforming healthcare. I've seen it for myself. I've spoken to patients alive because of it. Stroke patients, where the precise location of a blood clot is identified in milliseconds. Disease is changing too. And with an older society, more people who have long-term conditions, we need to put patients in control of their health, shift care closer to their lives, and put technology in their hands at their service. And that's what we're doing right across our NHS. But we have to keep up the pace. I've been there before, I know what it's like. If you stand still on public service reform, you do end up going backwards. So today, Conference, we move forward. Every day the NHS delivers countless appointments. And for the vast majority, a face-to-face consultation is right, and we will never take that away from those who want it. But think about a single mum juggling kids and work, trying to find time to speak to a specialist. Or someone in their later years, living in a rural community, miles from a hospital, who needs a checkup for a suspected eye condition. Why not have a doctor see you at home, in your living room, on an iPad, talking to you? No queues, no 3-hour bus trip, no cancellation letters arriving after the appointment date. Wouldn't that be good, Conference? And not just the Conference, the better care. Think about it. That person with the eye condition, she could access the top specialist in the country, even if she lived miles away. Care no longer tied to doctors in your local area, which means you can see someone more quickly, at a time that suits you. But also, the system can deliver more, much more, up to 8.5 million extra appointments. Imagine what that could do to waiting times. And now, conference, imagine no more. Because today I can announce a completely digital NHS Trust, NHS Online, that will offer millions of appointments, convenient appointments, appointments you choose, a new chapter in the story of our NHS, harnessing the future, patients in control, waiting times cut for every single person in the country. That's national renewal. That's a Britain built for all. Conference. Thank you, conference. That's why I just do not accept that Britain is broken. There are so many opportunities to make a difference. The energy of the future, we're backing it. Carbon capture here in Merseyside, the Celtic Freeport in South Wales, offshore wind turbines made and built in Humberside, brilliant scientists in the heart of Middle England developing nuclear fusion. Is that broken Britain, conference? Look at the investment. Tech companies queuing up to back this country, saying that we are indispensable for the AI future. Now, those companies can invest anywhere in the world, but they're choosing us. They're choosing Hartlepool, Warrington, Belfast, East Midlands. Is that broken Britain, conference? Those 3 trade deals we've struck with India, with the US, with our fellow Europeans, a signal to the world that Britain is back, that stability has returned. Is that broken Britain, conference? Or our ironclad and never-wavering support for the brave people of Ukraine, the yellow and blue flag flying on churches and village halls, the length and breadth of the country. Is that broken Britain, conference? And then, conference, there's Melanie from Calderdale in West Yorkshire. She runs an organisation called Our Place. It's for carers and people cared for, or just people who are lonely, organising a couple of meetups a week. That doesn't sound like much, but for those people, it's everything. Is that broken Britain? Or take Caitlin, down here, just 15 years old from Barnet. Now, Caitlin, like me, loves football, but there was no girls' team at her school, so she set one up, the first of its kind. And now, conference, she plays for Camden Town Women, and that's nearly as good as Arsenal. She coaches as well at Potter's Bar Little Lionesses, just 15 years old. Is that broken Britain? What about George here, who delivers food parcels in Telford with a smile? Debbie, who recycles school uniforms for hard-up parents in Halifax? Isaac, who scrubbed off that racist graffiti in York? The people who picked up the bricks and rubble in Southport? Alex, who raised money to rebuild the library in this city that was burnt down by thugs last year? Is that broken Britain, conference? Is this country of boundless creativity, of culture, history, music, art and sporting brilliance, of world-class educators, of fearless entrepreneurs, the grit of the Lionesses, the swagger of Oasis, the strength of the Red Roses, the beauty that stretches all the way from the South down to the Shetland Islands, a country that has weathered so many storms and never stopped building its future? Is that really broken, conference, or can we renew it? Because conference. Thank you, conference. Because I'll tell you this, mere politics cannot break Britain conference. It's not in its gift. And while you may not see them on social media, people like this, they are the real face of Britain. Painting a fence, running the raffle, cutting the half-time orange, or even that gentle knock on the door that checks that your neighbour is all right. That's real Britain conference. Millions of people, miles away from Westminster, giving up their time, taking responsibility, making their community better. And so conference, we will renew Britain with them. Because I've always said that people with skin in the game make the best decisions for their community. And so the money we invest in renewal, whether it's for youth clubs, peers, parks or chippies, we will give control, not to politicians, but to people, to those champions of national renewal. Because while I know nobody wants to hear this from a politician, the truth is we do all have a responsibility to change our country. There are limits to what the state can do on its own. In the end, we really are all in it together. Now, you will never hear that from the politicians of grievance, the attraction of unity. That's something they will never understand. They will never hold out their hand, as I do now, to people who may see the world differently, but put the progress of our country first. So if you are a patriot, whether you vote Labour or not, if you want to stand against grievance and renew Britain, then this is your fight too. Because even in a world this dangerous, I do think the politics of grievance is the biggest threat we face, because it attacks who we are, an attempt to turn us into a place where we look at our neighbours in our community, people who may or may not look different to us, and we no longer see them as fellow partners in the project of Britain. Now, the Tories, do you remember them? Conference? I don't know if they believed in grievance politics. Maybe they do now, when you see them turning away from the rule of law. It is honestly hard to tell. But one thing I do know, Conference, is that not once in 14 years did they ever properly stand up to it. But I will. I will fight with every breath I have. Fight for working people. Fight for the tolerant, decent, respectful Britain that I know. People say, Conference, that a nation like ours can't be a community, but it's too diverse, too divided. I reject that. That goes against everything I stand for, everything I've served, everything I understand about this great country that I love. So no matter how many people tell me that it can't be done, I believe Britain can come together, that we can pursue a shared destination, that we can unite around a common good. That is my ambition, the purpose of this government. End decline, reform our public services, grow our economy from the grassroots, and with resolve, with respect, with the flag in our hands, we will renew this country until we can say with total conviction that Britain is built for all. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Fly those flags. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today.
Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence?
They say I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go. Houdini, I come and I go. Prove you got the right to please me. Everybody knows. Catch me or I go. Houdini. If you're good enough, you'll find a way. Maybe you could cause a girl to change. Do you think about it night and day?
Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence?